By Popular. Hello. Good morning. Hey, Pingling Sling. Pingling Sing. Thank you very much for the $15 donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. So am I getting people who are up in the European morning? Are you folks up in the American? Well, is that evening? No, that would be. Wait, what do you call an early night? That's an evening, right? Yeah, so I'll say evening or something else. Well, in any case, UK. Okay, so EU power plus UK. Dub. I'm sorry, I had to. Nice. Okay, so, well, since you guys are watching, let me tell you what I'm working on. So I'm working on a Discord alternative, and I'm basically refactoring a bunch of networking code that previously was multi-threaded, and it was very prototypal. Well, yeah, I'm basically making it a little bit more robust, a little bit more real. Still far away from like a full-fledged product. This is still the super early days, but bit by bit, I'm basically making it more concrete. So right now, I have these. I handle TCP connections. That has been fine for a while now. The latest hotness is UDP data transfer. UDP is used whenever you enter a call and you chat with people. We send messages over UDP because we prefer packet loss over delays. So yeah, that's basically what I'm moving around. So there's going to be a bunch of, I guess, mostly silent refactoring now. So as I continue working on stuff, but I'm happy to answer questions. By the way, if anybody has any Zig related question in the meantime, feel free to ask. I'm happy to stop and answer. So I'll refactor a bunch of stuff, and then once it works, I should be able to open a client, run the server with echo mode. So I have a flag that basically says that when the echo flag is enabled, the server will also send back my own voice to myself, which is normally not what you want from a chat application, but it helps with testing when you're alone. So I'll test that this stuff still works. And there's also a pesky bug related with whenever multiple people are connected at the same time that I will debug once I'm done with this refactoring. I was thinking of trying to solve that before the refactoring, but I feel like it's such a stupid thing that must be happening somewhere that I just decided to go ahead with the refactoring first. Is UDP supported in the standard library now? I've been out of the loop for a while. There is something, although to be honest, originally another Zcore contributor was interested in doing some of the work that I'm doing now. Basically, that was Mlug. Mlug was interested in D2 and wanted to do some of this stuff. And he did say, I realized that if I want to do this, I need to start by adding more UDP stuff to the standard library. So I would say it might not be fully there. In my case, I'm not using the standard library directly. I'm using libxcv. and libxcv, I believe, is quote unquote raw dogging some OS specific APIs. But in any case, libxcv is also, it's like it's an event loop, so it's also using non-blocking versions of those APIs. And I've seen direct calls to STD, OS Windows. So I would say some stuff is there, maybe not everything. But at the same time, I would also say it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Like it's not amazing having to call Windows APIs directly, for example. But it's doable. Like right now, I'm fully committed to libxcv, but at some point, as I was transitioning from multi-threaded to single-threaded, I had this thing where I needed to have, to have a different thread, and so I had one thread that would read and another one that would write. And the thread that wrote was writing in blocking mode, and I was using my when I was basically calling the Windows APIs raw, but it was like simple enough. At the end of the day, like it's like send to, receive from. Those ones are pretty straightforward on all platforms that I've seen. Anyway, in any case, I would say if you have an interest in non-blocking, libxcv is pretty nice. It's the library that Mitchell Hashimoto made for Ghosty. Well, not only for Ghosty, but he uses it in Ghosty. It's still not complete yet. There's a bunch of to-dos in there still, but it's so far so good for me. Yeah, I think things must have moved a little bit, but probably not a ton. Okay, so let's continue with the refactoring. Okay, yeah, I had this concept of an IP client map. Which now has to be like this. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore in there? Okay. Okay. UDP IP index. Hey, Karitam. Good morning. Man, DEU morning. So nice. I should stream more in the European morning. So STD. So what do we want to do here? Basically, this is a map that, given a address, gives you. I'm actually surprised. Where the heck did the thing go? Oh, you know what? Maybe it was inside of run. Did I gut run completely? I guess I fully gutted run. Did it define it in here? No, it did not. Where did I go? Oh well. Auto hash map unmanaged. key is going to be std.net.address.any. And our value is going to be Josiah. Well, in any case, hello. But it's going to be a pointer to a client. I guess we can call it UDP IP, UDP other index. UDP index. You know what? Let's just call it UDP index. Okay, so this I mean, it should be self-explanatory. If you know what I'll say? I'll say only contains not all clients. Just Joe is fine. Okay. Not all clients are clients gain a UDP address when they connect to a call. Okay, so now we can start refactoring more of this code here. And the important part is here. So we have received a message that we know it's the first message. So the way it works with UDP is that it's not really connection based, but you need something to open a path. The client needs to send you a first UDP message, and that is necessary for two reasons. One is because that's what opens a UDP port in like if they have a router or like they have anything that any networking equipment that likes to act as a kind of firewall or address translation of some kind. All of this stuff needs to see a outgoing UDP packet to bind a specific port to a specific client behind them. And so we need to basically receive a first message that quote unquote opens the UDP connection in a sense. So this is what we're handling here. Let's see. Just wanted to ask, is it possible to help out with Zig open source as an engineering grad? If so, where would I start? It is possible to help with Zig. I don't know how well a specific educational experience maps to Zig. I've seen people who don't even work as software engineers contribute successfully. There's people who have all kinds of degrees who just cannot. Some of it, maybe you could say it's a skill issue, but some of it is also just having the kind of experience that happens to work well with what the project needs. So keeping that in mind, my recommendation would be to go to the repository. You can go from the official website. You can go to source. And here in the issue tracker, there's a label called contributor friendly. Contributor friendly means that you don't need to know a ton about the Zig compiler to be able to do this issue. That doesn't mean that the issue is easy. Some of these things are hard as fuck. But if you happen to know that specific sub thing, then you can contribute it without knowing a ton about the Zig compiler. Some other things might be easier as a baseline. Like maybe there's some other issues that are like, just about refactoring, but that refactoring requires you to understand a lot of things about the compiler and the project, how it's laid out, what the conventions are. And that is definitely not contributor friendly. Well, not new contributor friendly. That's kind of what this label implies. So I would say scan these and see if any of these things seems interesting to you. So that would be my recommendation. That said, I would say another way in which you can genuinely contribute to the Zig project as a whole is not by contributing to the compiler at all, and instead contributing to the ecosystem, which means learning to program in Zig, learning well enough that you can give other people advice. So you will find that there's going to be plenty of people who have no experience with pointers, manual memory management, who are constantly asking for help. Knowing the language and systems programming well enough to help them, it's actually genuinely making a difference. And not just in terms of for our own project. It's actually just good for everybody. The more people know how to do lower level programming, the fewer disastrous Electron applications we will get as users. So you're basically, it's kind of like, you're making a difference for yourself. Then from there, if you become knowledgeable with the language and you help people out and you make a couple projects yourself, and then you will see that there are maybe some things that are missing, some libraries that nobody has made yet. So you could make a library. So long story short, all these things are actually very useful and very appreciated. Like, I would say they are appreciated equally as much as contributions to the compiler itself. Some even more than contributions to the compiler itself. Or rather, there are definitely key contributions to the compiler that would win over any kind of ecosystem contribution, but those are few, very hard. You kind of have to be in the core team, I suspect, to be able to tackle them. So setting those aside, most contributions in the compiler, like the normal ones, like the contributor-friendly ones that I've shown you, I would say that most of them are roughly comparable to a good contribution to the ecosystem. What am I building today? I'm refactoring networking code in a Discord alternative. So if you stick around, you will see me do a bunch of refactoring, and then the payoff, once the red squigglies are all gone, the payoff is going to be that I will be able to open the program and listen to myself because everything works, and I'm basically testing locally, echoing my own voice through the server. That's going to be the payoff, which has already been working for a while, but I'm basically trying to preserve that property across refactorings. Okay, we're saying ID client map. And here we were creating a new client. Here we do not create a new client anymore. Although, okay, so here's the funny thing. You're welcome, Joe. So right now, we have, the idea in this context is that we have seen a knock UDP packet from an IP address. Previously, as part of the prototypal work, we were basically instantiating a new UDP client. This is still called client, like TCP client, but that's because these were two different files and each had its own definition of client, which is bad, which is why I'm doing this refactoring. But now we don't want to just create a new client. We want to match this UDP client with an existing TCP client. So we need to know who they are. We need to know who they are. Okay, so we need to know who they are. And this starts from our TCP connection, because the client, before connecting to UDP, actually asks for permission over the TCP connection. So the TCP connection has somewhere, I need to find, where that line is. You know what? I need to look at the switch of all requests and find the right one. Call join request. So the client asks, and we tell them, yeah, they are allowed to. And we do that by giving them, there we go. We use the connection time of the TCP client as a unique identifier for the TCP client. So we say, this is your TCP client, and you need to give that back to us. So now we need to find the corresponding thing. Yeah. Okay. So we need to have an index, another index. Hey, bowlers. Hello, hello. So this should be let's call it oh, that's so convenient. We can call it TCP index. That's so nice. There you go. Okay. So we have that, and now I guess we need to look at the header information and okay, let's call this new UDP client. Maybe UDP should have its own logger, I think, almost. Oh, anyway. So client is now state dot users dot oh, you know what? Maybe I should make also some utility functions here, like by TCP ID, by UDP ID. Get by TCP ID. And we make it optional. Oh, but to make this a method thing, would have to be client. I guess we can do it like this. And then we also do get by UDP. Let's see. I switched from NeoVim to Helix after seeing you using it. Stuck with ZSH, but still considering giving Fish a try. Really enjoying Helix as my NeoVim setup was fairly minimal. Nice to have something easy to use, but with good motion support. Yeah, well, nice that you're enjoying it. I'm also having a good time with Helix. Honestly, the only thing that I wish I could experiment with is I would like to try the Copilot integration, that kind of stuff. Not because I believe that it will be particularly good for me, but I would be curious to try it out. And who knows, maybe I would actually like it. You know what? I would like to actually be able to judge this. Problem is Helix doesn't have that kind of stuff, so I guess I'll have to wait. I don't want to change editor just to try that stuff, so I'll stick with what I'm doing right now. For now, that's the only thing. Everything else has been great. I don't know. I am definitely enjoying my time in Helix. Okay, get TCP ID. Return clients dot TCP index dot get. ID, and that's it. It's actually very trivial. It's just, I don't know. Is it even worth it? We're not abstracting a lot. I remember that on the client side, like the application client side, I had wrappers around getters and setters here, and it seemed much more worthwhile than it seems to be here right now. You know what? I'll do it for now. We'll see what happens. Okay, so get by TCP ID. Is it called state? Yeah. Other. Okay, so this gives me the client, or else we do log.debug UDP could not find matching TCP connection, ignoring. Then let's say that we found a client. Then I guess what we need to ask is if client.udp, the null, what do we do if the client is different than null? I guess technically what we should ask ourselves before all of this is if the nonce matches. Right, there's like this secret thing that we use for UDP connections. Where do we put this? U64. I guess we can default it to 0. How's the state on FreeBSD? So 0.13 supports FreeBSD, but not master. No, what happens is that we don't have CI infrastructure that has FreeBSD in it. So what happens is that I think FreeBSD is a tier 3 target now. I might be wrong, but in any case, it's a target that doesn't have perfect Zig support. It's not tier 1, but it should work. The problem is that we don't have CI infrastructure to run CI on it all the time. So basically, a FreeBSD build happens whenever a release is made. Like whenever a release is made, Andrew builds manually a new tagged version of Zig, and he also builds for FreeBSD. That's it. So I would say just use 0.13, and then when 0.14 will come out, it should have also FreeBSD. Do you have a DevOps engineer on the core team? Not exactly. We don't need one. Basically, what happened is that the last person who did changes to the CI was me. We previously had a mix of, like, we had a soup of services. So I guess you're staring at the DevOps engineer. We had a soup of services, like there was Source Hut, some was running on Azure, some was running on another thing called... there were like another couple of cloud CI services that we were using. I basically nuked all of that, and now we are just exclusively using GitHub Actions on self-hosted runners. So our CI, it's pretty much almost entirely our own machines. I did ask Andrew if he wanted me to try and set up FreeBSD as well, and I think he said that it was fine like this because there were some other things that needed to be improved in FreeBSD regardless before it would be more worthwhile to keep having a FreeBSD CI. So I'm sorry that FreeBSD is not being treated, as I guess a tier 1 target yet. But there's basically a bunch of other. It's not like the bottleneck is not CI right now. So one reason why we didn't add immediately FreeBSD CI is because GitHub Actions, the runner is a it's a C# application, so that requires the .NET runtime. And I believe it does not support, it doesn't even support all of Linux. It supports only basic Linux distros. So FreeBSD, I believe, is not supported directly. But we could have totally engineered having FreeBSD running inside a VM and then having GitHub Actions orchestrate from the outside, right? Like GitHub Actions could open a SSH session inside of the virtual machine and send commands that way to make the build happen. That kind of stuff. But in the end, we ended up opting to not have that. The CI is also already pretty hammered by normal CI stuff. So I would say better FreeBSD support will come. In any case, you do get the executable. So when a release is made, so it's not like you don't have anything. It's just not your one. No need to SSH if you self-host the runners. Yeah, but you cannot self-host the runner inside of a FreeBSD machine. The runner has necessarily to be outside of the FreeBSD machine. So the idea was to have a self-hosted runner with the GitHub agent and inside a VM, FreeBSD. No, that would be nice, but it does not. It's I'm not gonna say bad things about it. I am gonna say one bad thing about it. It's written in C#. Why? Why in the name of our Lord Cthulhu is it written in C#? I don't know, man. I don't understand why. I actually do understand why. It's because clearly Microsoft has poisoned GitHub. I cannot see any other reason. Although, you know what? I'm not sure. Maybe the runner was written in C# even before the Microsoft acquisition, in which case I would say clearly GitHub had a mole inside of it, like a plant who joined the company just to ruin it. But fact remains, the GitHub runner is C#. So UDP nonce. Well, Jenkins is Java, so is Elasticsearch, and way too many backends I encounter. It's just dev life. A bunch of cool projects will be written in tech we don't particularly like. Well, in this case, the problem with .NET is specifically that it has shit support for Linux. Nobody wants to package the stupid .NET Core runtime, and especially it doesn't work on FreeBSD. And that stupid fucking thing, all it's doing is like networking and running around the file system and sub-processing. So it doesn't need the .NET runtime. Like literally, the GitHub runner could be a static executable. Like it doesn't even need to have like a glibc. It could be muscle. It could be way more portable than it is. So that's the problem. My problem with .NET specifically. It's just that they basically made an inferior product for no good reason, and the language had an influence in that. .NET runs better on Linux than on Windows. You know what? I would not be surprised by that, but I would still stand by my statement from before that it still runs like shit. So, oh yeah, it's already pretty slow and bloated on any platform though. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think just Windows by itself is, well, it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. .NET, I think I was reading an article recently. I think it was the one from Dan Liu about Microsoft and .NET supposedly being something. It was like .NET was meant to be something bigger, but it took them fucking forever to get on Linux. It really they needed to get, like before .NET Core, there was nothing basically. Well, you had like I don't remember the name. There was another runtime that was able to run .NET, but it's so fucking stupid. And but it's interesting that what Daniel was saying, that .NET was supposed to be something much bigger, and in the end it didn't pan out. And I would say, well, you know what? On one end, I would say, well, thank fucking God, because I don't like at all how people write .NET. People who write C# in an idiomatic manner are like, what's idiomatic in .NET/C# is just bad by design. Like literally, the frameworks are bad. The defaults are bad. The advice that you get from people who are supposedly knowledgeable is bad. Object oriented as fuck. You have a bunch of snake oil sellers that basically tell people how they should think, and a ton of people who eat that stuff up and end up thinking that same exact way. So you know what? At the end of the day, nice. I'm good. But some of that, like the I would say that the main reason for that failure lies squarely at the feet of Microsoft, or like on Microsoft, whatever the expression is. It's Microsoft's fault because like they made a foundation for .NET, but it was late, and it's just not a good foundation. Like their open source community is in complete disarray. Actually, it's insane. Basically, all the people that contribute to that community. Okay, I don't know them all one by one, so I'm gonna make a generic statement that might not fully apply to everybody. But my impression is that you kinda have to be a kind of person that doesn't see red flags to be willing to contribute to that thing. I would say that anybody who has any kind of I don't know what to call it. You have school smart, you have street smart, and then you have like open source smart. If you have any kind of open source smartness, you know that the thing smells fishy, and you just do not want to contribute to it. So basically, they kill their own ecosystem. It's on them. It's entirely on them. Man, I remember when I was doing .NET, and I couldn't even find a decent Twitter client. Like I needed a client to connect to Twitter and do Twitter stuff. Couldn't find a fucking client for it. Like the only and the ones that existed were either horribly half baked, or meaning like they just didn't work, or they were like weirdly vertically integrated into a very specific .NET stack, Microsoft stack, that made no sense. Like I remember that it was like a Twitter client that integrated vertically with WinForms, some kind of native desktop UI stack. And I was thinking, like, why does the thing even need to be aware of what GUI framework you're connecting it to? And the answer is that because of dog shit ideas about how to model software in the .NET world, where they really like vertical integration, because you know why? I know why. Because everything that they write is so horribly inefficient that basically the only way to sometimes get some form of correct behavior and to reduce slightly the amount of bloat, they vertically integrate so that at least a tiny segment isn't stupid in on itself. It's gonna be still stupid in regards to everything else, but at least that tiny thing is not gonna be stupid. So I don't know. I feel like they did this to themselves. It's like Gingerbill said about package managers. You give people the tools to easily include code, more people are likely to include shit code that solves their issue. I personally do not agree at all with Gingerbill's take, because I agree with the factual statement, understood in the most like literal way. Yes, if by making a package manager, you give people the ability to make projects that are overly dependent on other people's code. As a statement said in without any context around it, that is true. I would say that the conclusion that you shouldn't make a package manager then coming from that is wrong, because the reality is that package managers are great, and while there will be a ton of people who will make bad choices, which spoilers, they will still make bad choices even if you don't give them a package manager. Like the package manager is not going to change that, but the package manager is also useful for people who do know how to do things correctly. And also, maybe this is not as interesting for Odin, I don't know, but for Zig, since we do care a lot about interoperability with C and C++, packaging a C and C++ dependency once with Zig build, and then being able to leverage that from Zig projects, that is huge. That is absolutely huge. So sure, it's a tool that can be misused, but if you take this attitude to an extreme, then you shouldn't be using Odin. You should be using Zig. You should be using Rust, because giving manual memory access to random developers leads to them writing bad programs that segfault. And I believe that Bill would agree, just like we agree in the Zig ecosystem, that while that is true, that people will write software that crashes, but that is not a reason good enough to completely prevent software engineers from being able to access part of the functionality, a big part of the functionality of their machine. So yeah, I personally think that the hatred that the handmade community has for depending on other people's code is more of a social skill issue than anything else. With all due respect, you can make bad choice. You can make bad choices, and it is true that out of there's like plenty of projects that are just a collection of it's basically the project is a packages.json. That's like 90% of the project, and then there's like a little bit of glue code in under the source directory. Sure, but not being able to depend on each other's code is like I don't know. It's ridiculous. Do-do-do-do. I don't know if this is just me or just misunderstanding, but when looking at Swift code, it really reminds me the way C# and .NET code is written. Yeah, I would agree. The Swift is definitely in that same general camp. I feel like it used to be different. So I'm not gonna state this with like the absolute certainty of somebody who knows they are right. But so I might have misjudged Swift in the past, but I used to like Swift a lot. And I used to feel like it was definitely a step up. It was still in the same general space of C# and .NET and Java, but it felt like a big step up. And then they kept adding stuff to it, and I don't know if it's because I just misjudged it in the past, or it's just because, or instead it's because the original creators moved away. I forget the name of the guy. The guy that went and did Mojo, he went away, and maybe then other people took control, and those people were like, I don't know what to call them, like software lawyers. They basically like they are software engineers, but they write like lawyers write stuff. So maybe those people took control and then started adding a bunch of functions to do legalese with Swift, just like Java and C# like to do. Either way, yeah, I used to like Swift a lot. Nowadays, every time I see a talk about Swift, I cringe. Like, they have so many weird shit in there, and it never ends. There's always new stuff. I even came to the conclusion that it is absolutely futile to try and keep up with languages that do that. Like, you are basically, it's like a hamster wheel. The language always keeps adding new shit, new weird ways of doing things, new paradigms, and it never ends. And I think that it's dumb. It's like it's the same type of churn whenever you have a product, like you have Discord, and then they keep adding new UI refactorings, and they change things. And the things that they change is not a real improvement. It's just that the fact that they're paying, they have a bunch of designers on payroll, and those people need to justify their existence. So of course they will keep designing and redesigning stuff. And after a while, the need for a big redesign is felt both by the company's function, because it needs to justify its existence. It needs to make an impact, move the needle, whatever that is. But also because in an endless chase for more engagement, more user adoption, blah blah blah, they need to refresh the look completely so that it can still feel like something new. But at the same time, it destroys everything that you knew before about how to use the fucking thing. So that is not great for products. But if you think about it, it's so goddamn dumb when it comes to stuff like programming languages. So long story short, I am never gonna pay attention to Swift. Like, they added way too much stuff to it. Swift always looked messy to me. It used to not be. It used to be much better. Like it didn't have, I don't know, like it had 50% of the features that it has now. Like for example, you know the weird ass syntax that people use with Swift UI? That thing didn't exist at all. Like I don't know how to parse that to this day. And same with a lot of things. Yeah. Also because of Rust, now everybody thinks everybody has to work to think about memory safety, blah blah blah, borrow checker. So now they keep adding syntax also for that. I don't know. It never ends. It's a soup. So I would say the Swift completely. It was nice to me. Like the way, for example, Swift was using exclamation mark and question mark operators. It was delightful. It was, in my opinion, the best implementation of that idea. Like the do something exclamation mark, do something question mark. It was amazing. And same with a bunch of other design choices. But then I don't know what happened. Well, I guess yeah, Chris Lattner went and left, probably because they wanted to move the language in a different direction that he wanted, which, by the way, wasn't going necessarily to be the right move. I mean, I remember Chris Lattner for a while saying that Swift was going to be the best language for AI, which didn't exactly pan out, but that's also probably why he left the project at that point. I think Swift lost focus by trying to compete with Rust. Yeah, that is one. I feel like that also Swift UI is a net negative for the language. Like I like React. I think that the React style paradigm of making UIs is nice for developers. So I don't feel like I can comment fully on whether it's ultimately a great thing, a great way of doing UI or not, but it works. I've done it myself. I liked it. So I feel like the Swift UI is good for the ecosystem, but it added more shit to the language. God damn it. And I feel like it's a net negative for the language. Like the ecosystem is better because of Swift UI, maybe, but the language is definitely worse because of Swift UI. That's my impression. Okay, so we have a client that we found a TCP client. We matched the nonce. It did have a nonce. Maybe I should make it optional, but that forces me to use another bit. That's so annoying. I'm just going to use 0. The nonce matches didn't have a previous UDP thing, so now we can basically do this. Client.udp is this. Okay. Then we were appending a client to somewhere. No need to. And we were putting it in a map. Yes. I guess this mutation should all be wrapped in a thing. State.clients. I guess this is something we do to client itself. Nah. State.clients. Set UDP client address, I think. And that's it. Okay, let's go do that in here. Oh, we can even do this actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's get rid of these guys. Okay. So set UDP. I guess we can put an assert. Okay, so the get so users dot UDP. No, wait a second. Oh yeah, this was wrong. Oh my god, what was I doing? This is TCP index.get, and this is not the address. This is the os.tcp. I don't remember. What's this thing called? TCP client. Okay. Okay, so this part seems fine. Let's do the other half. We received media. Okay, so state.clients dot UDP index get from the address. This gives us who the sender is. Sender becomes sender.udp.i question mark, I guess. Yeah. We should be able to do this, I think. I guess we can do it like this. And then we can do it like this. Oh, it shadows stuff. God damn it. Okay, never mind. Okay, then we have a message pool somewhere that we want to use. Right. The pool in the other file media is this guy. Oh, that's where the old map was. Found it. Beep, 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 beep. So client pool, UDP, message pool. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba, da, bum. To have a UDP message pool, that reminds me that I guess this thing cannot be just an address.any, but it needs to be std.posix. What was it? Sock adder. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Okay. Um, mm, mm, mm. Oh, that means that we need to do the .any for these guys. .any. Okay. UDP message will get message. Echo, right. Echo is basically this. I guess let's change it to options. Okay, options.echo. Oh, there's a mention of a loop. So we need a inner loop. Well, loop inner. Okay. So in theory, we should have fixed this. Now, this is all refactored and better integrated with the overall the main server thing. Now, there's more that we need to do. Let's see the other file. So this is done. We need to give client this, I believe, which is the ability to send over UDP to a client. Read becomes TCP read. Genitor, close. Where's TCP send though? Wait a second. Client, init, destroy, request received, channel create. Yeah, these are all the specific like business logic. Oh my god, there's more slow. There's TCP read. Send and free. Right, that's TCP send and free. Oh, this one, oh my god. Right, and then there's also broadcast. Oh no, that's another thing that I need to fix. These things are janky. Okay, so here I guess we can place. How is Zin different from other static site generators? In some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. It depends. You know, there's a lot of static site generators out there. So that your question is very generic, overly generic. I'll tell you that is very similar to Hugo with some key differences that, in my opinion, make it better than Hugo. Okay, so if you know Hugo, think of it as a bit better Hugo in some ways, a worse Hugo in some others. It's worse than Hugo because it's not as complete as and mature as Hugo. It's still work in progress. So there will be features that Hugo has that Zine doesn't have yet. It's better than Hugo because it has, I guess the main reason is because it has a better templating language. Zine has a templating language where you write correct HTML. You don't have curly braced macros, basically. You know, the templating language that Hugo uses and most static site generators use, it's like curly braces and then it's like templating of some, in a sense. It's like search and replace almost, and it sucks. Zine instead writes, a Zine template is correct HTML where certain attributes have semantic meaning for the templating system. That's how it works. So it doesn't break syntax highlighting, it doesn't break code navigation, it doesn't break indentation. And there's an LSP, there's a language server that tells you when you write wrong stuff right away in your editor. And it's also pretty sophisticated, like not complete. Yeah, that one is not complete either, but it's pretty sophisticated. Like this is the main template for my for the zine-ssg.io website. And basically it has like, a special header for the homepage, and then it prints the page content in a div, and that's how we do it. It's like inner HTML. I just dropped the inner prefix. But here's what you can do, for example. Let's say that I have a div. By the way, notice how this is complaining every time I write something and I leave my HTML in an unfinished state. Missing end tag, because I open here a div, this closing tag matches this one, and so this guy remains without a closing div. Notice how nice is the experience compared to fucking templates in Hugo. Then I have a loop. And I don't know, $page.tags, for example. And in here, check this out. I'm making a P, and I give it an ID. Motherfucker. Come on. Okay. Fuck. This is not working for some reason, but this in theory should be a build error. Because I'm hardcoding an ID under a loop. I don't know why this is not being detected. Well, talking about bugs, this is, as you can see, this doesn't work perfectly, but it has a bunch of error checking, and in theory, this should also work. The idea is this: we're looping, and directly under a loop, we are hardcoding a ID, which is wrong, because obviously, if you hardcode an ID under a loop, then you are guaranteed that this ID will be duplicated, and duplicated IDs are wrong in HTML. So there's an error for this. I don't know why. I'm like, I guess I'm doing something wrong somewhere, and this is not being detected. Let me double check this. Okay, we are in super HTML mode. Okay, so I don't know. There's a bug with the LSP, but you get the idea. The idea is that this thing gives you a lot of error checking. And I think that even though it gives you a lot of error checking, okay, bugs aside, it's not yet capable of interpreting these expressions in the LSP to give you semantic error, to catch semantic errors of these expressions, but it will. It will take a while, but I am working towards getting there. Having syntax highlighting also for these expressions, totally doable, because I control this grammar. Like, this is an SHTML file, so I control the grammar, the three-seater grammar, I control the LSP, I control everything, so I can totally syntax highlight this. And then the idea is to give you suggestions, autocomplete for these expressions, the contents of these expressions, and also semantic analysis, and give you squigglies when there's like a type mismatch. Pretty fucking cool. Actually, let me reply to a message while we're here. Yeah, sorry, give me a sec. Zig seems like a pleasant language to work, even for backend web dev. It's totally doable. I would say that right now Zig doesn't have anything particularly exciting for you if you just want to do backend web dev. But as the ecosystem matures, it will become, in my opinion, something that you can, like, if you are comfortable programming in Zig, then you can totally bring your Zig with you as you do web dev. I would personally say that it's, for people who are interested in the next best thing to do web dev in, I don't think that Zig itself is super exciting in that sense because it's a good language, but I mean, um, look, Go is already plenty good. If you're doing web dev, in my opinion, using Go for your backend, you're already pretty much doing as good as you should be doing. And I know that everybody is looking at these benchmarks. Oh my god, but Go doesn't scale up to 130,000 requests per second. Like, yeah, but whatever. Like, unless you're one of, I don't know, like a dozen people who work on systems at that scale, you just don't care about this stuff. But so I wouldn't choose Zig if that's your goal. But if you choose Zig for other reasons, and then you also want to do web dev, it's totally doable. Like, you don't need to switch away from it. Sorry, I meant developing the tooling such as your projects. Oh yeah, if you're developing like tooling, yeah, absolutely. But that's because it's a systems programming language, right? It's a lower level programming language that gives you efficiency. Like Zine has to parse a ton of HTML. Like for example, you saw how I was, okay, bug aside, you saw how, right, I was doing all these things. This is because I have my own HTML parser. I've written my own HTML parser. I've written my own LSP. I've written all this stuff. And if you think about it, a big enough website has a ton of this stuff going on. Like, to build an entire website, you need efficiency. Like, you don't, like, a static site generator written in Python is by design one that cannot scale past a certain level. Or imagine writing your language server in Python. Like, I'm sorry, but it's game over. Like, you are guaranteed your thing is going to be bloaty and will have trouble with files that are a little bit too big. So yeah, by the way, all this stuff that you're seeing here, I'm running all this stuff in debug mode. Like Zine, you haven't seen Zine now running, but whenever I develop Zine myself, I run it in debug mode, and it's like, it's probably in debug mode, it's faster than probably the fastest you can make a Python equivalent of Zine. So yeah, for this kind of stuff, a systems programming language, in my opinion, is kind of mandatory in practice. Go is a bit controversial at the moment due to Google slowly trying to creep in telemetry. Oh, Go is also controversial because it has exceptions, and apparently Go people don't want to face that reality. Well, partially also because Google and company convince them that their language doesn't have exceptions, even though their language has exceptions. Every time people constantly come, we have on the Zig website a section that says that Zig doesn't have, that Zig code is much easier to understand than alternatives. Zig lang, the control flow specifically. Learn overview. So we have this thing that says, look, if you're looking, there's no hidden control flow, which people don't understand what that means. Like people have, I've seen people go insane over trying to give a technical interpretation of this statement, completely ignoring the reality of, like, the practical implications of like, if long story short, like if you program for real and you're not just an armchair developer, you understand at some point what this means intuitively. And it's funny seeing so many people just not understanding that, which kind of says a lot about what it is that they do or, well, don't do. In any case, the idea is this. You're looking at a piece of Zig code and you see A equals B plus C dot D foo bar. You look at this piece of code, and if it's Zig code, you know what all these things are. This is an addition, this is a field access, this is a function call, this is a function call. In Zig, if a function returns an error, it needs to be, you need to handle the errors. So you know that foo, given how the style in which it is called, foo cannot error out. It cannot return an error. It can panic, it can crash, it can call the exit syscall. So yes, it can shut down your executable early, and you don't know that if that's the case. But for the cases where you're still inside the control flow of your application, you are guaranteed that foo gets called and then bar gets called. You don't have to be a detective. Now, if this is one of these other languages, D, C++, Rust, Go, you don't know squat because you don't know if this plus is doing network access or not. Could very well do that because it's overloaded. C.D could be accessing a property in D or like some other languages. Foo in Go could throw an exception, could panic, and there could be a recover above this code that basically makes it so that foo got called, but bar never got called. And then everybody, and then so we have this. So foo might throw an exception and prevent bar from being called. And then every single fucking time, there's Go people saying, what do you mean? You're wrong. You don't know Go. Go doesn't have throw catch exceptions. Man, like we explained here. Yes, foo panics. Above, you have a recover result. Bar was not called. But nobody picks up on that because everybody in the Go ecosystem has been brainwashed to believe that they don't have exceptions. And the funny thing is that this leads to all kinds of funky shit that they don't realize, because if they knew that they had exceptions, like if this was clear to them, they would actually program defensively against that because you have to, but they don't. So like the idea is, imagine that you have this code, right? Foo mutex lock, defer foo mutex lock, and then you call do A to set A. This panics, and now your foo.b never got updated. And if there's a recover above this code and foo survives, like here we don't know what foo is, but let's say this foo survives for longer than the recover, like it's defined above the recover in a sense, then now you have foo in a corrupted state because some of it has been updated, some of it has not. And the way you do this, if you in a language that has exceptions, like in a language where you know that this stuff that where basically everything could explode with an exception, well, you know what? The reality is that in those languages, like it's Java or C#, you probably just write the bug. You just deliberately leave the bug in there because you can be asked to program defensively against the insane amount of hostile things that other developers or you yourself could do in other code. But if you were to do things correctly, you would do it like this. Basically, you assign local values, and then you basically have like a commit phase. And then if you want, you can abstract this even more to specifically have the concept of a start transaction and then commit transaction or like abort transaction, which could either be something like you have local assignments and then you commit them, or you do have partial assignments over the original struct, but then you also keep around a copy of the struct before any modification, and then on abort you restore the original state. Like whatever the strategy is, like you decide depending on your context. But Go developers don't know this. Go developers think that their language is simplicity. It's Go is the quintessential form of simplicity. Well, no, because it has fucking exceptions. So, yeah. It's actually that Zig has no hidden control flow, even C has it. In which form? Like macros? So is the order of evaluation of operands defined in that expression and in func arguments? That is indeed a good question. I am not sure. I do not remember. I think this is defined probably in the spec, and I suspect it's left to right, but I am not sure. It might not be. You would have to read the documentation. Never mind. The docs don't mention that either, so I don't know. I'm sorry. Hidden memory allocation. Yeah, that's definitely hidden control flow. Well, I mean, in Zig, you don't do that by convention, right? Technically, you can still have a function that allocates by grabbing a global allocator. You just don't do it that much, especially in library code. You just don't do that culturally. But yeah. Okay, let me write that message and then I'll be right back. Okay. Can you explain what field parent pointer is? I've seen it in Codebase for the first time. I'm confused. It's very simple at its core. Field parent pointer. Field parent pointer means this. Let's say that you have this struct. State has a host, outbox, and clients. Let's imagine that for some reason you have at some point, so I'm using this section here as a scratch pad. You have at some point a pointer to clients. So, okay, you have a pointer to clients. So you have a pointer to a field member of a struct. What field parent pointer allows you to do is write in an ergonomic manner the pointer math required to go from a pointer to a struct field to a pointer to the entire field. How does that work? Well, let's imagine that this struct had so let's imagine for a moment that field reordering didn't exist. So let's imagine that, this is an extern struct. In Zig, when you give an extern keyword to a struct, then that toggles off field reordering. So now with this keyword, everything is sorted the way, in memory, it will be sorted the exact same way it is written in the source code. So let's say that host is 8 bytes, and then outbox is another 8 bytes. Again, I'm simplifying. These guys are probably bigger, but let's imagine. So if you have a pointer to clients, you subtract 16, and you get a pointer to the beginning of this struct. So any pointer to a client's field, subtract 16, you get a pointer to the full struct. Field parent pointer basically makes that math, does that math for you in a way that also is aware of field reordering by the compiler. So basically you do const state is at field. Also, I think you need to pass in type here. Field parent pointer clients C. This literally does the math that I just described, but it's aware of field reordering. So for some reason, if for some reason clients gets reordered and becomes the first field, then this basically returns the same pointer as the original one. It basically does -0. If clients gets reordered like at the end of the struct, then it does something like a different subtraction. So it basically, it basically does the math for you in a resilient way. In C, people do the same thing, like this trick of doing of basically computing a pointer to the full struct from a pointer to a field that also exists in C. But I don't think they have these operators, so they have to be. It has to be more manual, and it's also more error prone. But you know what? Maybe probably there is some GNU extension or weird ass fuckery that you can do in C to get this work in a more ergonomic manner. Because there always is one, and it always relies on non-portable features and or macros. So I guess it is what it is. Okay, give me a sec. Need to reply to another message. One last thing and then I'm done. Sorry, I need to submit a abstract for a thing. Ba-da-ba-bum. Okay. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry, almost done. Do-do-do-do-do. Hmm. Hmm. Man, abstracts are hard. Okay. Okay. And we're back. Do-do-do. Okay, apologies for the break. Let's continue with our refactoring work. By the way, I see there's a bunch of people connected. So if anybody has any Zig question, feel free to ask. These streams are me doing stuff, but also I'm happy to chat and answer any Zig question you might have. I don't know the answer to every question, but uh, here's my superpower. Uh, Unlike ChatGPT, I know when to say that I don't know. How about that? How's that for a deal? Okay, what were we doing? Man, I forgot everything. I think this is all done. So we received a media thing. We look at the IP address. That tells us which client we're looking at. Then from that client, we set appropriately the client ID. Clients don't. Oh, I don't think this needs a big explanation. Then we grab a message from the pool, write stuff to it, and ship it over. I think I have a bunch of slow things here. Options dot. Oh my god. Okay. What's the problem now? The problem is UDP send once UDP pool. Well, I mean, you are still answering, right? It's just you're at the end of the day, you're kind of giving a better answer. When you don't know, saying you don't know, I feel like it's a better answer than making shit up at the end of the day. So I would personally call that just a performance. It's a skill issue. It's ChatGPT is not skilled enough to know when it doesn't know. How about that? So so this is almost correct. Is there a guide somewhere to converting a project from AutoTools to build.zig? Not a guide, but there's a bunch of examples here. There's a ton of examples in there, and the general idea is you you know AutoTools, you know build.zig, and you know then how to take whatever it's written in AutoTools. I don't know actually what even AutoTools does precisely. I'm sorry. I guess AutoTools is just like is that like just something that sets up your config templates? Is that it, or does it do more than just that? In any case, for config files, so for files like config.in.h, for example, or h.in, I forget what the order is usually. In any case, for that thing, there's some utilities in under std.build. So basically, you can take definitions from AutoTools, from some of these tools, and copy paste them inside your build script. Use that thing to perform the templating, and it helps. Like it works. But like, yeah, generally speaking, you just need to know enough about both systems to, and in general, you need to know enough about the needs of a C project to build, and then you can basically find your way towards the success. All your code base has some examples where, for example, the config templating thing is implemented by people, but there is no like complete guide anywhere as far as I know. Are you all in on building a second brain in Obsidian? Uh, no. I personally use Obsidian as a fancy markdown editor and like notes taking application. I don't use any of the linking or the Zettelkasten features at all. Like there's like literally zero Zettelkasten links in there. But that's me. There was a moment in my life where I had a bunch of ideas and something like this could have helped me. And I remember taking notes, and like I had notebooks where I would take notes, for things that I was thinking, like things that I wanted to build, connections and stuff. But now I'm at a point in life where I don't do that much, so I just don't do it with Obsidian. But it's like it's not like a negative judgment. It's just not what I need right now. Okay, there is definitely one thing that we still need to do, and then we can try this stuff out. So right now, we're basically assuming that creating a client puts it in the TCP index, but it does not at the moment. So the question is, when do we put it in the TCP index? And I guess the answer is the moment that we connect it to our linked list is also when we put it in the TCP index. Which happens at the authentication, at the moment of authentication. So let's go do that. Client, init, janitor, request received, authenticate request. Here we connect it to the linked list, and we'll also put it in the TCP index. So GPA, and then what's the key? The key is the connection ID to where is it? Okay, client dot I forgot what's it called. Connected that. Okay, so we put it there, and then when we leave, when we clean it up, we also need to do the inverse. I guess this is in the janitor. The janitor, I believe, detaches it. Or not? Wait, who does the detaching? Oh, it's kind of destroyed that does it. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, I'm not loving this policy anymore, I think. But okay. So different than null, detach it, and then state.clients. Remove client dot connect to that, right? Yeah. Okay, let's start to get it building. Server 1, 2, 3. Accepted type, blah, 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 found, blah, blah, blah. 269. Yep. Okay, perfect. Next. Missing start field UDP. Right. Well, actually, UDP should be null by default. Uh-oh, my ZLS rename was kind of bonkers. Didn't do the right thing, I think. Client to the TCP read.state. What the fuck is this? No. Oh, I see. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. $750. God damn it. How many of these guys are here? Where is it? 319. There we go. 175. There's no. Yeah, it's in OS. Typestar void does not support field access. Read rooms. Room.clients.items. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so we're nice. We're at a point where now we have some final stuff still to port. So previously we had the concept of a room and we had the concept of clients in that room that was represented as an array list. Now this is a little bit different. Now we need to decide how we do that kind of bookkeeping. Hello, Phil Massicott. Hello, hello. So we need to do the bookkeeping for this stuff. How do we do it? How do we do that bookkeeping? Let's see. So we could have, I guess we could have a by room index. We could scan all clients. Okay, so here's how it works. There's definitely one property that clients are missing, and that is they need to be in a room. And like them being in a room is state in the client itself. So here's the idea. There's the ID, there's the address, and then tell me the room that you're in. And that is a what is it? Is it a d2.channels.voice.id? That's the voice room that they're in. Then we need to find all clients that are in a given room. The reason why we put this in here is because, well, technically, I guess, so, okay, yes, we could not put this here, and then we could just have the index tell us each client in which room they are. But then we need to also be able to know what room they are supposed to be in by just asking the client. So basically, we need the value duplicated necessarily. And, well, in practice, it's just more practical to have that, and then to also have an index. So something like call room voice, well, I don't know, voice index. I guess. And so a client asks to join a voice call. They tell us which channel they want to join. We should probably do some validation, which we currently don't do. But let's assuming that the validation did happen and succeeded. Then we say, yeah, okay, fine. Now you're in this voice channel. And so whenever we want to, oh, the problem is that, yeah, right. This cannot be just this. This needs to be something else. This needs to be something that stores, I guess it's an array list. It's an array list unmanaged. And we keep appending to it. Yeah. Yep. That sounds about right. Okay. So voice index. Let's go to where we process the call join request as part of our stuff here. Let's see. State host callers set. Oh, this is what we were doing before. Oh. 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 I'm not sure. I see. We had stuff in here. What do you know? I forgot. I forgot about this stuff. User ID, voice ID. Oh, I see here we kept the mapping. Nah, no, this is kind of dumb. I don't want to do this. Yeah, I'm not doing this. Interesting. Yeah, not doing this. So we need to change that code. Definitely. And yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. I think I need a very quick break. I'll be right back. Also, I have to eat dinner. I think that what I'm gonna do is like eat dinner quickly, not even shut down the stream and then continue programming. This is fun. I want to do more of this, and I want to get to a point where I can try this stuff out. So, give me a sec. Let me double check if it's actually lunchtime already. Okay, so I have 15 minutes more. Let's continue. Okay, so these host caller stuff. Yeah, not super hot on it. Let's say that this does not happen at all. To be honest, why am I doing this though? So this would be server only stuff, that's for sure. I guess the question is, why is any of this stuff not inside a host? Why isn't host our state? It could totally be. Like it has no, like we have no reason to put this stuff outside. We could definitely squeeze all of this stuff inside host.server. The reason though, like I guess the difference is that the client needs to have this because it has to juggle multiple hosts. And so adding context to a specific host is a good idea, but the server really doesn't have to because the server is only one in any case. So we don't need to stuff any information in here for real. So we could literally, like server only, I believe it's empty right now. Yeah, we could definitely just nuke it. Callers, I believe it's useful for the client. So in a sense, probably callers should become a client only field. It's really not part of a shared view. Okay. Okay, so we comment this out. Let's do our own bookkeeping with the new and improved method. So the way we do this is state dot voice index. Put state dot clients dot voice index GPA cmd dot voice. I think it's voice. Yeah. Wait, the client only says the channel number. Okay. So voice. And then right, the problem is we need to append to a list. So we can't just do get put. We need to do get or put. Gup. Gup, 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 gup. It's a gup. Is there a gup value? Is there a gup value? Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Gup value. Okay, so we try this. Then we say gup.value pointer.append. And we want to append this client. Actually, technically, that thing is not even a array list. It should be a set, I guess. For now, let's not worry about this. Okay, so we append the client, and now the client exists in that room. And that's the equivalent. So this is the equivalent of this. We send replies to the user. This is all good. Now we need to adapt the broadcasting, the UDP broadcasting. So the UDP broadcasting happens. Here we have UDP send janitor. Oh, you know what? That's that sounds like a function that we want to add. I guess this should be TCP broadcast. UDP broadcast. Something along these lines. I guess we want the... Ooh, we want the voice channel now. So the way it works is that when we receive a message, we know the room that the client is supposed to be in by ID. Yeah. Okay, so voice. I guess that's a panic. Let me think. Yeah, that's a programming error, so let's just make a question mark. We get the room and we say for room dot items. That's a client, and we do client const UDP equals client.udp, or else continue. Some might not be connected. Some are trying to get into that voice room, but they are not connected yet via UDP. So yeah. So client.udp or else continue. UDP, if we do have a UDP thing, then we say, actually, do we need to get anything from UDP? Well, yeah, we need the address, that's for sure. Okay. So, oh, now it's the gnarly part. I guess we want to do client.udp send. It wants a loop. It shouldn't ask for a loop. Let's go change that. Okay. It asks for a UDP. It shouldn't ask for a UDP because it's inside of there. Or maybe not. Uh-oh. But in any case, wants a message. Yeah, so this is bad. We need to make this better. We can't just allocate random stuff at random, but for now, it is what it is. We need the UDP. That is c.udp.sock, which we, for some reason, haven't done yet. No, I'm actually dumb because it's not this. It's not C blah blah blah. It's like a global. Right. It's what gets set during the init process. It's this guy. It's this fucking guy. Ah, God damn it. Okay, so that's yeah, because for UDP there isn't a socket per client. There's only one for everybody. It's shared. So UDP send uses that sock, right? These guys for now are heap allocated. Okay, let's see what's the next problem. Expected semicolon. Okay, yeah. So UDP send wants the message though. Right, and the message has to be something better. Problem is this is doing c.other. Now this is c. Is UDP send even a thing that belongs to the client at all? Is there anything in the client that we care about? There is an instance of loop, which is actually another global that we shouldn't put inside there. It should just be a global. There's just going to be one loop. So no need to have a bunch of pointers of it around. Other than that, the address, like, yeah, like every fucking other thing is, well, a buffer. Right. There is a buffer. But that's the message buffer. Yeah, there's literally nothing that belongs to the client that this thing does. So you know what? My friend UDP send, you are coming with me. You're totally coming with me. No client. We need to make a global loop. And that's going to cause a bunch of collisions, but I don't care. Okay, so now this is better. Where's the loop? No more loop in here. Interesting. So we write to UDP, and then there's a thing here. We destroy the completion. We destroy the state. We destroy these two things. We're not even releasing the message. That's bad. Yeah, still nothing connected to the client here. So this is fine. Yeah, we need to do release message. Okay, other error, let's see. But this is the send stuff that we need to update. That's nice. Client.loop. I'm actually doing something dumb because this needs to be pointer to loop. Man. Okay, let's fix this part now. So we have received the media thing. We get the sender. From the sender, we know the room. We do the dot question mark. And then we say for room.items. Wait, I actually written this code already. We basically want to do room.broadcast. What am I doing? Is it even room? No, it's not room. It's oh man, the fuck am I doing? It's state.clients.udp broadcast. Voice is sender.udp. Room, I think. There you go. Right. UDP sock read. Room is unused now. Okay. Error union is ignored. 220. What does it try? Oh, it just has it in the signature. God damn it. Missing start field room. Set UDP. Right, the room is actually not part of UDP. You have a room set before there's a UDP connection set. So yeah, this is wrong. Room cannot live in here. I think you should just call it voice, I guess. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? Wait, it should not only they should not be in there, but it should be optional on its own, right? Yeah. Okay, so you request to join a call. That should put you in there, but it should also do client.voice equals cmd.voice. For now, let's put an assert. Let's complain when it was already set because I'm not really doing all the cleanup work for now. Hey, Christoph, do you think there is still space in the community for contributing? I want to be part of it, but I need time to develop skills. I don't think you will. I don't think it even exists a community of a programming language where there is no space for contributing. Like, I name a language, and I don't think that exists. So yeah, I would say your question, given that your question cannot have no for an answer pretty much in practice, I guess what I want to say is that it kind of is a mindset that you probably want to shift away from, because you don't need to ask permission to contribute to a community. It's not a matter of permission, or rather, not that way. The idea is that you start adopting a language, you learn it, you interact with other people that want to learn the language as well. Once you start learning certain things, you can help people that know less than you. And then ideally, what you do is you scratch your own itches, like you try to make stuff for yourself. And as you do that, you will discover that sometimes other people have made things that do most of what you need, but just maybe there's something that they haven't implemented that is necessary for your own use case. And at that point, you can choose whether you want to make your own thing from scratch, because even though their stuff is close to what you want to do, but not close enough, or you ask them for help. You ask them to also add support for your use case. And that then can mean that, you open an issue and then you hope that the creators do that, or you open a PR and you submit some code. Ideally, you want to have a conversation before opening a PR, unless it's something trivial. So yeah, it's not a matter of permission. It's a matter of just doing it for yourself. Like, even the point of joining a community to contribute, that also has a problem, because it means that you kind of are offering some work that you are willing to do for others. And when you do that, the implication is that you want a return in exchange. And that also means that if for some reason your contributions are not valued enough based on your own expectations, then you are pretty much guaranteed to burn out. So here's my recommendation, like a heartfelt recommendation. Don't join a community to help others. Join a community to help yourself. Join a community because you feel like that's a tool and an ecosystem that can help you achieve your own goals more easily. And as you do that, then you will interact with other people and you will find plenty of nice opportunities to help others as well. But that should be a secondary thing, not your main goal. Your main goal should be to scratch your own itches, to do nice things for yourself. And then others can, and then if you do that in an open source way, then others can benefit for the things that you did for yourself. Like here, I'm making a Discord alternative. And I am technically also doing it for other people, in my case, because that's part of my job, since I work at the Zig Software Foundation. The main reason, the main motivator behind this choice is because I myself want another, want a Discord alternative. So, yeah. Maybe I should put it this way. I just want to write Zig code open source Zig code. Sure. But you can do that. You don't need to ask for permission to do that. As with every FOSS project, Zig lacks trusted maintainers that are able to review community contributions. Yeah. So we append a client. What were we doing? We're setting voice. We're asserting that voice previously was set to null. So now client has voice. Okay, let's continue going through errors. 220 update broadcast. Sender.room. Yep. Actually, dot question mark. Oh, right. No feeling loop. Oh man, things are getting so much better. Like I'm cleaning so many things up. By the way, like you can see that now I'm basically toggling off all these loop pointers that I was passing around and storing around, and that is the right thing to do, because in this application there is only one global loop. There's not a bunch of loops going around, so it is actually correct to access the loop from a global context. There's literally no point in doing in wiring these things around. Like it's there, it's for everybody. It gets initialized at application startup. It never gets deinitialized. Like it has almost no life cycle except like getting initialized in the beginning, and that's it. So that's why I'm also daring to make it undefined, right? You normally, like in general, you don't want to set stuff to undefined and then initialize it later on, maybe, and then it by setting this to undefined, it is impossible for me to know in the program to ask this question at runtime of whether the loop has been initialized or not. But in this case, I don't need to, because at like in main, second, third line somewhere in there, it's like I initialize it once and then I use it afterwards. I don't use it before initializing it, and I never deinitialize it afterwards. So it's fine for this to be undefined global state. Like it just gets initialized in the beginning once, and then this is it basically. 65. UDP send. Right, this is now UDP send period. Two for three. 3 for 1. Memory function expected to arguments found 1. No memory function named Q, right? Oh, right, it's tcp.sock and numb. Okay, we build. Let's reset the client, the server though. Okay, server running, client running. Now let's watch it poop itself. There we go. Unreachable, reach unreachable code. Client.voice is different than null. 487. I'm dumb. The assert is that it should be null at that point. I have yet to set it. I'm basically asserting that it's clean and not having been set already. Okay. Test. So we're in, but I think something could not find sender. There we go. And then we have a panic. Oh no, allocation size does not match free size. Oof. Okay. That's fine. These are nice growing pains. So I have to go to lunch. I'm gonna take a very quick lunch and then I'm gonna come back. So give me 20 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, everybody. I'm on lunch. Let's go. So, let's see. We're crashing hard. We cannot find a sender. Not find sender. We cannot find sender because it seems that their address was never added to the UDP index. We add it to the UDP index. In theory, we should be adding it to the UDP index here in set UDP. And yet we do not. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting to the bottom of it. TCP client did not request a UDP session, ignoring. So we do receive the UDP packet, but we're thinking that the TCP client didn't request a UDP session. Because the UDP nonce is set to 0. Right. That is what we use. Yeah, honestly, I'm starting to not love these choices much, but I'm starting to not love these choices much, but yeah, so we need to set up the nonce as well. So here's what I would do. Let's go into the client definition and let's change it a little bit. So here's what we can do. Here's what we do. Okay, it's gonna be build errors now. Call join request. Oh fuck, what was I doing? Oh no. God damn it. Okay, I think we are getting better now. Missing voice 330. Yeah, because it should be null by default, right? I undid that change earlier. 223. What's happening here? Expected U32 found stuff. Right. I want to broadcast to sender voice .id. Expected type U32 found optional. What? 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 Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. It's working. Now you hear the echo. Yay. Success. People on YouTube, you are not gonna be able to hear the echo, but on Twitch, yes. Sorry. Okay. What happens if I disconnect and reconnect? Oh yeah, no, it server dies badly. Of course, we don't have proper cleanup. Before we worry about the cleanup, which we definitely do worry about that, let me try to run multiple instances of the client. Let's see what happens. Not serve. Test. 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 No. No. Oh. Okay, so here we're reading 1 and 2. Here we're reading nothing from stream 1. It is so weird. So we still have the problem that we're not sending well. We're sending wrong. And I don't freaking know why. Also, we died at some point. We panicked. Oh, maybe we did panic at some point and that's what was causing the error. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, right. We have a free that's not going well. Okay, so client.destroy is not going well. Allocation size for 1056 bytes does not match free size on 1048. Okay. So we have that, and I think that's what happens twice. And that has to do with the pool. Is this something that has to do with the broadcast? Client.destroy. It's the GPA.destroy client. Oh, yeah, client.destroy. I think it's not updated to make use of the pool. Client.destroy doesn't know about the pool. This is now client pool.destroy client, I think. I think that's the one that has destroy. Yeah. Test, test, test. Okay. Close. Okay, not panicking anymore. Now we are cleaning up correctly, almost correctly. Let's see if we try to connect again. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. Okay. It works. I think there's some cleanup that isn't wiring yet, though. We do remove ourselves, the client from UDP index, but do we remove the client from voice index? I don't think we do. So the way it works, I think calling client.destroy is a bad idea. It should be state clients.destroy client, because there's a bunch of bookkeeping that's outside this object that needs to be done. Yeah, like most of this stuff happens over state clients. It's so dumb. In any case, so here's what we do. We need to do if client.voice if client.voice v room is gonna be state clients dot voice index get v, or else break blk. If there's a room, then we want to remove ourselves from that room. This sucks. This sucks because now this is like it's like a search. It's like a search. That sucks. What do we even have in an array list? Oh, that's a hash map. Right. Okay, let's see what we have in here. Clear, shrink, ensure, add one, add this, add that. Pop, pop, get last. Oh, there's get last. That's nice. Order remove, swap remove. So we can do a swap remove. The problem is we need to find ourselves first, and that sucks. Okay. So we should have nice cleanup now. Well, once we compile, I guess. Expected U32 found stuff. Fair. Expected blah blah found blah blah. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh. Huh. Man, that is error prone. Holy shit. Okay. So now we build. And we should have proper test. We should have proper handling of this connection. We still have that other problem though. Test. Test. Oh. Yeah, no. Ah. So, yeah. I hear myself twice, but only from this client. I should hear myself 4 times. But this client is now read 0 from stream 1. So it's not even receiving anymore anything from stream 2, which is this guy. So what the fuck is going on? Test, 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 test. Oh, and now I'm receiving again. So that is so interesting. Also, technically, I'm disconnected, but that's another problem. That's another life cycle that I have that I broke while refactoring stuff. So there is something wrong in the way I handle UDP. I don't know what it is because I think I'm doing it right, but I'm clearly not doing it right. I'm clearly failing to send UDP data to some clients when a new client connects. And I don't know what that is. And I don't know what that is. Okay. Let's try to figure this out now. So this is 100% something dumb that's happening with UDP sending. So this is client logging, and this is, I think this can be trusted. Like this is, I think this is literally coming from, how do you call back playout? No, you know what? This is already. This is already a little bit too downstream. Have you had a look at Wireshark trace? No, maybe this is a good time to learn how to use that shit. Okay, let's try to learn. Honestly, I think this is still something that the most straightforward way of debugging this, I think, would still be to add a print to the point where I receive a UDP packet and print from there. But let's try. Okay, let's try to learn some Wireshark. I've never used it, so where do I even start with that thing? Download macOS ARM. Okay, downloading. Cringe. Thing is called Arc, and it has a CR download, which is clearly a Chrome download file. Wireshark applications. Install README first. chmod BPF. Yo! BPF time. Let's fucking go. Add Wireshark to the system path.pkg. Let's go. Okay. Done. Yeah, leave it there. Put it in path. Okay, so having it in path is not all that interesting. So what do I do now? I guess I want to look at loopback. Apply a display filter. No packets captured. Okay. Oh, so with this I start capturing. TCP packet to some random port. I guess I want to filter for UDP, I guess. Actually, start the server. Apply a filter. Man, I actually wish I knew the syntax. But okay. Then I run a client. And that's my boy. That is indeed my boy client. Sending stuff. Okay. Test. Yeah. And these are my other packets. And it's literally the same packet being sent over with just one tiny difference. Yeah. Okay. Now let me think. I guess what I want to see is if I'm opening two clients, I want to see the server send out two copies of the same packet every single time. So how do you do these things? Oh. Oh man, this doesn't fucking help, does it? Port? Port? Jesus Christ. I think these things are so advanced. I just want scroll to UDP. Zigbee. Okay, UDP. UDP dashboard. UDP port. Source of destination. UDP source port equals to 1992. Okay. So we have the filter in place. Server is up. One client is up. Another client is up. Join, join, join. Okay. I guess I'm going to close now. Oh no, this caused a bunch of trouble, but okay. Were we sending out two copies of the same thing? Yeah, we totally were. Wait a second. Why are these fucking bytes different? Why? Wait, no, that makes sense. Let me think about it for a moment. I have two clients, both send two different packets. Server needs to take one same packet and send it out twice, right? Shouldn't destination ports be different? Yes, also that. I think that what we're seeing here is both sources being sent to only one client, and the other client, colloquially speaking, kind of gets fucked. You can even see here that previously there was one guy, and then it switched over to the other guy, and then it never switched back. So we still receive from both clients, but we don't send to both clients. And that is interesting. In theory, that should not be the case. God freaking damn it. So yeah, it makes sense that these messages are, although the fact that the length is the same, it's a little bit sus, but not too sus. To be fair, yeah, these are all, it makes sense. Like, it makes sense for them to have often the same length because it's basically the same audio being sent over. So probably whenever it's actually weirder that it's different more than anything else. But Yeah. So let's see. I guess we can have the server whenever we want to UDP broadcast. I guess we can print some stuff here. Opus encoding is variable bitrate, right? Yes, it is. It is. Normally, normally I can just look at the length being the same to see when the packet is the same, because in other contexts that works. But here, since it's basically my same audio being repeated twice, it makes sense for most to be practically like close to the same. In any case, it's fine. So UDP stuff. I guess one question is, oh, you know what? Also, let me also double check another thing. These are all different, right? We don't really have duplication. So the funny thing is that it's not even like we are somehow sending all the packets to one wrong client. We're just kind of forgetting about the other client. Like, how the fuck does that work even? Like, it's like as if send to is broken. Or perhaps you really are just looking at one stream. No, because my idea is, well, I guess then here's a question for you. I am allowed to send from one UDP socket to different UDP clients, right? I don't need to open a separate socket per UDP client, right? I have to be honest, UDP is kind of a confusing interface. Bunch of weird shit happening in there. And it's not UDP itself. I feel like it's the implementation that is not exactly always straightforward. But so here I'm sending, and here technically I am sending to both. So I am definitely issuing different sends here. Yeah. But here, it's always one port. Filter on each port. Well, but the source port is the same, is it not? Yeah, look at this. You can see both ports sending to the server, but the server always sends to one. So I'm sending to 574. But I stopped sending to this other guy a while ago. Basically, when the instant that the other thing connected. Okay, so here's my conclusion. The fact that we are here sending to both, but here we're not sending to both, that looks like a libxcv. Okay, wait. Okay, sorry for the echo. So as I was saying, if the socket is bound, you can only send to the bound destination. The socket is bound to a local address to listen. The socket, the UDP socket, is bound to 0001992, port 1992. And it is not bound to any specific destination. You know who knows? ChatGPT. I have a UDP socket bound to 0000:1992. And I send to different addresses. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about symptoms. You know, it's also weird because, like, why would that switch when a new client sends to me? Like, what the fuck? You know what I think it's happening? I think this is a libxcv problem. That is not the case. Okay, ChatGPT doesn't know. I probably asked it a bad question. Okay, let's look at the specific. Yeah, let's look at the specifics of how that works in with libxcv xev. So I definitely have a correct address here that I'm passing around, so there's no doubt there. Here's what I'm doing. I'm creating a fresh completion and state. So I'm not even reusing anything. Like the most hilarious part is that for simplicity, because I was prototyping this and I didn't feel like setting up proper pool. Here I'm creating and freeing every single time a new UDP thing that keeps track of progress. Yeah, that has to be a bug in libxcv. I bet you that it's a bug in the it's a bug in the K event implementation of this stuff. Or KQ, whatever the fuck this thing is called. It's sent to. What do they want to do? Okay. Key event, syscall. UDP send to read. Address. Switch buff. So address does get set correctly inside the operation field. Hello, hello. I guess I need to go back to the KQ backend and see where this stuff gets used. Perform. Oh, perform seems exactly what we want. Send to. Pointer to OP. Like what surprises me is that I'm not even sure how I'm able to fuck this up. Huh. Honestly, I personally would have put this switch inside of the sand too. Okay, so here's the last thing. Maybe by mistake, this thing is using send instead of send to. What if it's using send instead of send to? No, it's indeed using send to. God damn it. Please, God, tell me that this is not a a stupid ass K event implementation limitation. Oh no. Please, please, no weird bugs where this thing doesn't know how to send to multiple addresses. Please, God, please. EV filter right. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Hello, Dan. I don't know. Like, I really don't know. I guess we can add some logging in libxcv. Okay, so give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. We can go inside libxcv, add a print in libxcv, see if I don't know if the data is still what we expect at that level, and then I don't know at that point. Oh, you know what? We should also look at the issues on the libxcv repo. Maybe that will shed some light. But it's really sus, right? We are at a point where we're clearly sending to different things, but then on the other end, it doesn't work. So the shenanigans here. And here's the funniest thing. If this is me having misconfigured the UDP socket somehow, then I would expect some errors. Like, this is not erroring out. This is just failing to send. Like, what the fuck? I'll be right back. I am back. Let's see. What is going on with our libxcv, man? Or our macOS? I just built latest master and I don't see this issue on Linux. Latest master of D2. So not only like you were talking about, like specifically D2 doesn't exhibit this problem. The SRT group groups branch, right? Because that's the branch that I mean. I could even push current changes. Yeah. Let me push then this. There you go. You have the latest and the greatest. Huh. What is this thing also? What are we, where are we here? Start the completion. This returns true if the key event set was set and should be queued. I honestly was kind of upset at how K-Event worked when I was working, when I was doing like my own, when I was working on the standard library event loop, like which was very prototypal, not all that great, but I did some work there. And at the time, yeah, and I was kind of unhappy. So yeah, I don't know, man. This fucking thing, man. So called c.k event sent to so this one says register for the ability to write to our thing. perform calls POSIX send to and the return value is set inside OP. No. What do we do with this stuff? We return it. Okay, perform returns. Okay, so basically E again is returned by perform. Perform returns E again. Syscall result. Okay. Okay, now we need to know who calls perform. Three locations. Submit. Tick. Result callback. I'm confused. Like I'm confused. Where's the E again stuff? Thread perform. Yeah, that's definitely not thread perform. Is it tick? Go through the completed events and queue them. Oh, I think I understand what's going on. I get it. We try. Oh my god, I see what's going on. We try to write. So we request a write. The write gets enqueued on K event for write readiness. And then we obtain that write readiness happened, and so we issue the write. But we could still obtain a E again, actually, here. I am so confused. I am so freaking confused. Like, is this socket even non-blocking? Now I'm starting to question. What? Oh, right. I'm a moron. The printing also is in the client. It's inherited by the client. Right. It's the same library. So yeah. Okay, so we can see that well, we can see that this is not good. That's what we can see. Like, does write take a pointer to the address by any chance? Like, what the fuck? So this is this is the perform part. Let's go in the registration part and let's see what happens there. This is the registration part. The problem is that here we don't even have. We do have the address, right? I think that's how it is. Oh yeah, I bet you that I know what it is. I think what's happening is that we are issuing. What's happening is that we're doing this. I think that what's happening is that we're doing this on the same file descriptor, and I think that some of these things they override each other. I can tell you that that's what it is. What's happening is that here we are issuing a we're doing AV field right, but the file descriptor is going to be the same twice. The file descriptor is going to be the same twice, and that's what's causing what's going to cause trouble. This is so fucking dumb, man. So fucking dumb, man. Also, I don't understand why there's no E again in this code base. On IO Uring, we don't use non-blocking sockets because we may just get E again over and over. So the I guess I can special case this for macOS. Yeah, Neurosite. I remember that when I was messing with things, I had like a separate UDP write path before, But for example, I was reading that on Windows, doing I think this all started with Windows originally, I believe. No, it started by doing the write separately, and then Windows had special trouble because Windows doesn't have well, you cannot do std POSIX send to. You have to use the Windows specific interface. So here's the whole problem with this. Which, by the way, I think I still have this code in the client. Or not. Maybe don't anymore. In any case, the point is, I didn't have this in the server before. So this is new stuff that I'm discovering. Related, I guess. But previously we were looking at the client, not the server. So the problem here is that on Windows, for example, if you're using non-blocking, so apparently on Windows there is a non-blocking and a blocking UDP interface. So apparently UDP on Windows is blocking, maybe. Or at the very least, they do have two different endpoints for it. Second problem, on Windows, using the blocking version of the API and the non-blocking version at the same time, it's actually UB. The docs say that it's undefined behavior to use both interfaces at the same time. So, like, in general, it's not a bad idea to keep using the same system. The problem here is that, I guess this here is just wrong, maybe somehow in some way. So I know that trying to enqueue multiple K events. Yeah, this is exactly what's happening. Trying to add to K event multiple instances of the same thing for the same file descriptor. Like basically there's like a unique ID generated by these things. Like a file descriptor, filter, and flags. This creates a unique identifier, and if you issue two K event over the same identifier, then the second one overrides the first. So we literally basically lose the other notification that remains there pending for fucking ever. And I think that we could even see that in the memory just growing forever. So yeah, this seems to be a bug in libxv. I don't even know if there's a solution for K-event. You know what, ChatGPT, let's start from fresh. Yeah, it needs to be done differently. I don't know exactly what the best solution would be, but like this whole architecture seems sus to me. The fact that they never have to face they never seem to have to face a E again, it's so weird. So you have to serialize your UDP writes to each client. Honestly, I have no idea what it is that I should do, if I have to be honest. I don't really know. I just know that this K event code looks sus. Let's look at the libxv repo. Okay, none of these PRs relate to our problem. Allow watchers to generate completions without adding them to the loop. There we go. Yeah, look, we can even test this. So I added KQ send to, right? You will see that the send to the KQ send to will have everything that it needs in it, and but it will not have a corresponding thing. Okay, what's the problem? No field name other. What's inside V then? Oh, it's send to. Um, no field name send to. Oh god damn it. Okay, so how does this stuff work? Operation. What do you mean, son of a bitch? Send to, it's in here. Oh, I guess. Wait, yeah. Okay, I'm dumb. That's how it is, right? Yo, Toggle. Hello. Wow. Huge raid. Thank you. So, welcome everybody from the Toggle Beat raid. I'm sorry, you went probably from a pretty entertaining stream to my stream. Here, we are trying to write a Discord alternative, which is a big goal, but right now we're having trouble with UDP basics, unfortunately. More specifically, we are having trouble between the interaction of K event KQ, which is the async IO OS API that you get on macOS, and libxcv, which is the async library that I was looking for. Is chat bugged? No, it's not. Not yet. So basically, I'm now testing all this stuff. Did I restart the server? I don't even remember if I restarted the server. So you can watch me, I don't know, software, I guess. Okay, watch this. KQ send to one, KQ send to the other, UDP send to twice. Oh my god, twice? Yeah, I'm connected, so I hear myself. Well, from this experiment, you can see that we submit two things to KQ, but then only one gets reported back. There's only one UDP sent to. Also, the number, wait, wait. So we have KQ send to one IP, KQ send to another IP, But then we only perform one? What I'm surprised about is this one. What is this guy doing here? Like, why is the number of KQ send tos to this IP consistently? Why are we consistently triggering two of these guys? That is super weird to me. So we issue a right here. We issue a right here. This causes two KQ send to. Then the UDP send to is performed. And that causes another KQ send to? What? Man. KQ. This is the FreeBSD one. Can I have like the macOS one? Probably the same, but yeah, I guess I want key event in it. Yeah, look at this. Re-adding an existing event will modify the parameters of the original event and not result in a duplicate entry. Adding an event automatically enables it unless overridden by EV disable flag. Causes the event to return only the first occurrence. Yeah, this is so fucking dumb, man. Yeah, this is just wrong usage of K-event. And I don't think there is a solution because K-event is just S. It's just an S API, honestly. Like, it's just a straight up S API. So yeah, I guess we can just do the sand naked. Yeah. I guess the good news is that the client doesn't have this problem. Like, the client can transition to this stuff correctly, but we should probably open an issue. I don't know if I should start with the reproduction steps of like the general idea. I guess we can start with the general idea. Actually, even sending multiple things on the same thing will also fucking fail. Actually, well, I guess it depends on some of the details of how this stuff is implemented. Because technically, if you submit the request, if at every tick you first consume and submit second, then you're kinda, yeah. In any case, it's dumb. Like epoll doesn't work like this, right? Hmm. Yeah, and you know what? If they do, it's gonna be some stupid ass Swift interface. Oh, prefer the scriptor. Actually, I'm saying that the client doesn't have this problem, but the fact that the client doesn't have this problem is the client is not exhibiting this problem much because we're always sending to one thing at a time. But in reality, the client is also like it's just wrong. Like this whole implementation is just wrong. Yeah, let's make a better claim here. Want to see that line again? I'll copy paste it. Oh my god, why is it the iPhone OS one? Dude, why am I in the iPhone OS one? Wait, no. What the fuck is going on? Mac OS X man pages? Reference library? Why did it say iPhone at the top? Why are you like this? Oh my god, man. Well, you know what? Yeah, it is what it is. Also, what happened here? Automatic dash Kali automatically Kali enables it. What? Why are computers like this? What is going on, man? I just copy pasted. What is this shit? Sorry. Now I feel like I'm going insane. What the fuck happened here? Command C. Command V. Where is this stuff coming from? Wait, what? What is going on, man? What is going on? Oops. Also, there's like weird stuff going on with the white space. Okay. How do you solve this? You basically need one pointer. Yeah, you basically need one pointer to the file descriptor. The file descriptor, well, the struct that holds the file descriptor needs to be stable, needs to be pinned. You pass around pointers to it, and every time you want to make a write, you append to a list to that file descriptor. Yeah. Technically, he probably wants to, but whatever. Whenever you receive a notification from KQ, you look into the linked list of events and process them until you receive again. Note that Maybe we should make a repro ourselves. Although, man, I've seen this already. I'm fairly confident that this is what the problem is and that I'm not misinterpreting it. So unfortunately, given this limitation, well, in K event, it's funny, but yeah, in K event, in KQ, you can only have one event listener, filter, whatever, per kind. So like you actually, I don't even think you can, now that I think about it, you can't even have one for reading and a separate one for writing. I believe actually maybe you can. Maybe you can have a different one for reading than the one for writing. But you certainly cannot have two different ones for writing. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, let's see. So when it triggers, you're supposed to keep writing until it would block. Yeah, I mean that is actually not wrong behavior. Like I would even argue that that's what something that you should do no matter what. Like uh, all these readiness APIs, you are supposed to keep pumping until you get what's called back pressure. This whole architecture that libxcv uses, it's actually weird as fuck. I don't understand why they like if you search for E again. Actually, I called it E again. Is it E again? Is it E will block? I don't even remember. Maybe I'm going crazy because I didn't remember the right name. IO read. These guys look delicious. Where's IO write? But let's do write. Yeah, no, it's E again. It's not E will block. The file descriptor. The file descriptor is for a block. Is for a socket. Is marked non-block, and the write will block. Write calls may also return the following errors. I'm confused. C E would block below. Why are these errors listed multiple times? Okay. let's read everything so that we stop going insane, because it definitely will make sense once we read it thoroughly. The write v, and p-write file system calls will fail, and the file pointer will remain unchanged if. And then these errors. The write and p-write, so not write v, so only these two guys can return also e again, apparently. Oh, but then write and write v can also return e again. Why is it like this? What's going on, man? What is going on? In any case, I don't understand E would block versus E again. It's the same shit, isn't it? In any case, libxcv is kind of sus because I couldn't find any reference to libxcv. Like, it's only mentioned in comments. Also, this thing that it says on IO ORing, we don't use non-blocking sockets because we may just get E again over and over from completions. That is also sus. What the fuck is going on here? But I don't know much about IO ORing, so I will not comment. But in any case, yeah, so let's look for E would block. No mentions. Like, how can they not have any mention of E again? Because I think that the standard library. Oh, right. Wait. Okay, no, I think I understand the problem now. I think I understand the problem. Where is it? 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 Are you guys dealing with E again? Oh no, they're remapping it maybe to another error. Wait, where the fuck is E again, man? Oh, there we go. Would block. Okay, E again becomes a Zig would block error. There we go. It's mentioned in epoll and in async.zig. It's just not handled. It's not handled at all in the macOS part. It's like, yeah, it just doesn't exist. So yeah, I think it's just not implemented correctly. Okay, let's test this claim, right? Let's test it ourselves. Let's make a sample application that does this. You know what? Let's make a repo maybe for it. Oh, right. I forgot to give it the basic shit. Oh, well. Am I dumb? Wait, am I double dumb? There we go. Okay, Zig init. I guess we can do that on a timer. Like we use a libxcv timer, and on a timer we send it twice. Yeah. Okay, so the timer runs, and every time the timer runs, we issue two writes. Man, this is boring. So I guess we can do a for loop. Oh, we can't just try, can we? Because we're in the callback. Why can't I UDP.send? What do you not like about this stuff, man? Why do you hate me now? No definition found. Come on. No definition found? What? Oh, but you do know this, and you do know try it. Like, too much metaprogramming, man. Oh, because it's write, not send. Whoops. Also that, maybe. We need to look at the signature also for timer run. Oh, I did it right. Oh, right. It's the callback. Oh, and I'm getting the wrong definition of right here. I'm not getting the right one. Right. There's also this problem. Loop completion, state, address, a write buffer. Right. We need what to send. I guess we can just send hello. It's fine if we try to send the same thing multiple times. I think. We'll see. Is that really not a pointer? I'm slightly weirded out by what's going on in here now. Oh no, I'm dumb. This is UDP. Yeah. So the problem is that this doesn't even say what we wrote to. I guess we can go spelunking inside the completion. See inner operation send to. To be honest, even the fact that we don't see these, that's already enough. Okay, did we do it? So timer runs. I guess we should say that we're sending to blah blah blah. Receive one address is not reachable in the inner function. Who's doing that? Oh. Oh. Unable to resume comp time value. Can we do this like this? Unable to resume comp time value. Unable to access almost comp time now. UDP not accessible from inner function. Right. So I guess we want to pass down a pointer to that UDP. Uh, huh. Why does the success callback never trigger? The fuck? Well, in any case, how do you do the split? No. Uh, N is new window. D. But that is not the split that I want. What did I do? D. Shift D. There we go. What were the ports? 1993, 1994. Also, this is a little bit too fast. I feel like I feel I'm once again going insane. Oh, I know what's going on. That's another bug with libxcv, where the stupid loop like triggers too much. Like you just can't do rearm. You need also to, I guess, modify the completion. The problem is that so error prone. Ah, fuck that. Um, Ghosty, can I like last command? No, it's a split. I guess I want to move this into a function so I can call it again. Nah, the thing doesn't need the loop. Use an unclear identifier loop. Oh, is it really not global? Oh, I thought it was global. Never mind. Yeah, we do need that. It's my other program that where I'm doing this stuff correctly, not here. What? Expected type loop found const loop. No? Who told you that? Loop is a var. What? What? Oh, 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 oh. Okay, almost there. Timer not accessible from inner function. You know what? Is that a file descriptor thing? Oh, this one doesn't have anything in it. Let's put it outside. This is so annoying, by the way. But yeah, timer C is not accessible. Uh, I'm a little bit weirded out that these guys don't show anything. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this guy doesn't get anything. Man, this is such a big problem. Like this is this is such a problem, man. Let's see. I'm looking for a job as a developer and would like to use a fancy new language like Zig, Odin, or maybe Rust. Do you know if there's a list of companies using Zig that are hiring somewhere? Not that I know of, but like the usual suspects are Bun, Tiger Beetle, ZML. If you search for, like, I'm assuming that you know what Tiger Beetle and Bun are. If you don't know what ZML is, it's a French startup that is doing AI like infrastructure type of thing. So like basically a framework to create neural network pipelines. There are probably better ways to describe this concept, but that's roughly the idea. So they're working on like the infrastructure to deploy models, basically. Other than that, there are definitely more examples out there, but these are the big ones. I guess what you want to look for is companies that are doing something native or embedded, and then you probably want to see what their general culture is around these things. There are probably jobs where maybe also, if you want Odin, there is one place, right? The Jenga FX company. I don't know if they're hiring. I have no idea, but I guess that's the one place where Odin is definitely used. Yeah, other than that, what I would say is you're probably, I think that if a company is open to these new languages, they will say that kind of upfront, because I feel like it's just like you're looking for it. They will probably see it as a selling point. Some companies might not be, 100% yet into any of these languages, but they might be curious a little bit. So they might be using it for tooling internally, that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is a big bummer. Like this whole KQ thing is wrong, basically, in libxv, like entirely wrong. That sucks. This is a big bummer, man. Like a very big one. But we can have a workaround, I guess. Now that we have fully identified the problem, now we can go back into our D2 stuff. We can stop going insane, and we can start just issuing blocking rights. And for now, it's going to be good enough. So we're in server. Go in server. And Zavrite doesn't happen like this. Doesn't happen like this. But instead, oh, I guess if you make a non C++ version of it, maybe. The client code that I deleted, I now want it back, but for the server. God damn it. Oh, I love also my delicious comment messages. Very, very poignant, very on point. Very clear what's going on. Good job, man. Client app network, no media. UDP pool. No, this is not it. Client media. Oh no, wait, do I have that then? That seems to still be in then. I guess it was at the time or something. I don't fucking know, man. Okay. Not inside one of these guys. Come on. FD. Okay. Oh god, wait. Oh no, there wasn't any pointer cast. Okay, so this is fine. Okay. Oh. Well, I guess that could be just... well, it's a bounded array. Ah, whatever. Make it a buffer. You do a buffer. Okay. Time to see if we were able to make it happen. Test, 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 test. Oh, let's go. Yeah, there's a lot of spam. Test. Well, I guess we can ask this guy. Yeah, you can see. It's sending to all. Yep. It's working. Okay, success. What a stupid fucking bug, man. Okay, so after a moment of initial confusion, yeah, we did some discoveries. What's funny is that I had this vague memory in the back of my mind that we were having these discussions in the Zig standard library. Like a while ago, we were discussing about these problems that we were having with k-event, and I remember that at some point there was a discussion about making file like std.fs.file pinned, like a struct that you are not expected to be able to move. And yeah, the main reason why that is, it's stupid fucking k-event. God damn it. So yeah, we did it. Read it. We totally did it. What do we do next? I don't know. Yeah, in any case, if anybody has any Zig related question, please feel free to ask. I'm here and happy to answer. Okay. You know what we can do? Here's what we can do. So step one. Oh, let's nuke these files. So step 1, remove source slash server slash media.zig. That doesn't exist anymore. Zig fetch save. Well, Mitchell H libxcv. Let's confirm that this is working still. Not. We try to import media still. Test, test. Oh, you know what? Let's run the server without echo. Oh, we actually regressed the echo stuff. No good, no bueno. Oh yeah, it's not mentioned anywhere anymore. So UDP broadcast. UDP send, but the idea is for every client, we say if not options.echo and UDP dot ID is, yeah, we need to know who the sender is. So this function needs to know who the sender is. This is UDP. Oh shit. It's this guy. Okay, so we're up and running. No echo. Test. Yeah, now I'm not listening, hear myself back because there is no echo. Let's add another client. I should hear myself twice. Test. Yeah, now I hear myself twice. One per client. Let's go. I think it's time to merge everything back into main branch. Bro? I did. I did. I discovered that the problem was in libxcv. It uses equal, well, k event kq in the wrong way. I had to open one. I didn't see any related issue. This one I just opened. Website event fd wake up for notification. This is an equal one. Wasm DNS. Oh, this is another problem. WASI, pre-allocating, benchmarking, more examples. FreeBSD, Windows bug, Windows, Array support, cancellation, files, simple question, ghost, send callback in macOS. This might be related, but this just presents a problem. It doesn't present like, it's just like I experienced this bug and I don't know why. Support for timeouts. KQ more than 256k events per tick causes out of bounds. Jesus Christ. It's unreachable code with high completion loads. Yeah, I think nobody. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they have to say about this. Okay, so success. This has been a good session. I think that I don't know what I want to do now, honestly. To do. Well, in any case, if anybody is curious, this is a link to the issue. You can check it out. Decide if you like it or not. If you think you agree or disagree or whatever. I had to decide what to work on next. I think, yeah, it's a shame because I would like to work on more stuff, but I have a talk to prepare for tomorrow, a short one. It's a lightning talk, but I still have to prepare it. You know what? We could do some super HTML. Maybe we could tackle this one. Oh no. Oh. Maybe we could tackle. We could tackle this one. Void tags cause wrong alignment. We should definitely fix this one. yeah, you know what? This might be a nice session. So I'm curious to try out now. Hey, CV. Next D2 task could be users and user presence. Oh yeah, 100%. The main reason why I wanted to have the UDP protocol be more real was because I needed to understand exactly how to make this stuff work. Because, for example, some of the updates cannot run on the UDP stream. Since all packets can be lost, necessarily we need to have, for example, information about who's in a chat room and like updates, like somebody leaving, somebody joining, that kind of stuff. That has to run over TCP, cannot run over UDP. And in UDP, we do want to have some knowledge of who the source is, but we can't. But it seems a waste of bits to basically use full-fledged user IDs. So like a user ID, I believe it is 64-bit long. You know what? Let's take a look at briefly. Yeah, we have 64-bit long user IDs. So we don't want to waste 8 bytes on user IDs every single time. So user IDs, well, not user IDs, but like stream IDs. Client IDs are 15 bits. Every client can have 2 streams. One is voice plus webcam. The other one is screen share plus audio from the screen share. So these are the 2 media streams that they can come. And so 15 bits of individual clients plus 1 bit for the 2 streams that they can have, 0 and 1. That means that we have U16 IDs for identifying audio streams. So we basically now go from 8 bytes to just 2 bytes. 8 bytes plus 1 bit to just 2 bytes. But then the problem is that then we need to have also this mapping, knowing what the short ID, which user, well, which client, whatever, that short ID maps to. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, totally. That's going to be the next stuff for D2. You know what, though? Now that I finally discovered that stupid fucking bug, then now I basically want to enjoy using it a little bit. Like I want to use it a little bit. I want to enjoy having a proper call on it, see it work, and then I will continue. Okay, so let's go to Super HTML. So this is our goal. This is what we want to fix now. In incorrect alignment in some cases, which is whenever there's a void tag. Yeah, that's 100% on me. So give me 5 minutes. How happy are you with the TCP protocols for D2? What do you mean? I'm not sure. I mean, I made the TCP protocol myself, so I guess I'm kind of happy because I made it how I like it, but I know it's not perfect. What do you mean? Like, I think that they are not. Okay, maybe you can qualify a little bit better what you mean, but I was wondering if you need feedback. Oh, I see. They're not fully laid out yet, but I feel like I have a decent grasp of what needs to happen. So, for example, or you know what? There's one with one question mark. I don't know yet how reconnection and channel change should work. So the idea for now, what I have down is client wants to connect to a voice channel. First, asks the server for permission. The server replies with, and so client asks to the server, I want to join channel 5. Server writes down server side that this client is intending to join channel 5 and sends to the client a nonce. The client then sends one packet over UDP to open a path to the server with a identifier for its TCP connection and then the nonce. The server looks at the identifier, sees if that TCP connection actually exists, compares the two nonces, so looks that it basically confirms that you are who you claim to be, and then pairs the UDP connection. It pairs the UDP address with the TCP connection. And so now we know that that UDP is a secondary connection that belongs to that same client. And then the audio stream starts. What is missing from this picture is what happens if you drop these connections and they need to be reestablished. How should that work? Another thing that is missing is what if you want to change channel, which doesn't mean necessarily interrupting the audio stream and then interrupting the media stream and then reestablishing it. Although I guess we could make it work that way, but that seems inefficient. What you would want is having a switching protocol. The nice thing about the switching protocol, as is right now, is that since I'm giving globally unique IDs to all connected streams, the moment you switch room, any audio that you receive will be tagged with a different stream ID than the previous ones. Those are globally unique server-wide. So that means that basically, just like the client already can adapt dynamically to new clients coming in, this will basically automatically just have work correctly, like have just have new voices come in, come in your audio stream and work nicely. What is missing right now is, we're gonna think that the other guys, the ones that we are basically not sending anymore, we might think that they are now, like we are losing packets, and so we might think that they, once we implement this, the Opus missing packet thing, which right now it's not implemented, I guess we might have the robotic stuff going in, unless we correctly first from the server send a special packet that says these guys are not going to speak anymore, they are leaving. Which I guess it's something that in any case we should do, because we don't have right now any cleanup for these. Like they basically, like we accept new ones, but we never clean up audio streams in the client, like memory related to audio streams in the client for clients that have left the voice call. So I think that once we start implementing this general life cycle stuff, we'll find ways of making it work. But I think that it's fine. Like basically, it's just a matter of designing a UDP packet that implements this concept of, these guys don't exist anymore. Like flush everything, flush your entire stream cache, let's call it that way. And then if the client misses that, if the client doesn't have, if that packet is lost, that it's not the end of the world, because the user will hear some robotic voice, maybe a little bit, but then I guess we just assume that if a client doesn't send audio for 100 milliseconds, then we just say, guy's dead. And then we clean it up, or something along those lines. Or we could send that information over the TCP socket. So maybe it will arrive late. Maybe you will hear some stuff like that, but the cleanup will still happen eventually correctly. In any case, I don't know. If you want to take a look at this stuff and have opinions and you know some stuff that I should know, please feel free to share. For example, by the way, talking about this stuff, I don't have a jitter buffer of any kind right now. Like I have nothing. So I should probably get something at some point. So I don't even have that. But I feel like that overall, the overarching protocol seems not to problematic to make happen since we have control over everything. In any case, yeah, I'm gonna go make a cup of tea and then we can do some super HTML work. I would do as much signaling as possible over TCP and keep UDP just for payloads. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably what I would say is for the best user experience, it would make sense to have these things like people leaving, like audio streams being interrupted. Probably the best would be to have it sent both over UDP and TCP, with the idea that you send it over UDP for the most timely possible interruption, but then you send it also over TCP so that you are guaranteed that eventually this stuff gets cleaned up. Because only sending it over only TCP, I think it's going to be out of sync, right, with the audio stream. So maybe that's the best choice. In any case, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Had to help cut some pumpkin. Okay, my tea is warming up, so almost ready. And then we do this. Let's go. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, let's go. Let's take a look at okay, super HTML. Okay, we're looking at the AST of Super HTML, and our goal is... Oh, now I remember why the thing from before didn't work. Fuck. Now I remember why I was trying to demo something earlier that didn't work. And the answer is that because I was trying to demo the wrong thing. That error that I was trying to demo earlier, for those who are still here from before, can only be detected once we run semantic analysis. Whoops. And that's why it doesn't show up in the LSP. Although it could. Formatter, print interface as HTML, no. Print errors. Validate. Build node. Wait, where's my formatter, man? Interface formatter. Because it's the HTML AST that implements the formatter, right? I was looking at the wrong file. There we go, function render. This is it. This is my boy. And I don't remember anything. Let's go. I do not remember anything. So first of all, Zig build test. Seems so. Now, we keep track of indentation. Indentation starts at 0. We keep track of the current node. We know whether we are entering or exiting that node. We remember where the last right bracket was. Okay. This means this is a diamond bracket, by the way, I think. We enter. If we are not in a pre, then we use the presence of white space to decide if it should be vertical element or not. And if it's vertical, we deal with indentation. Let's say that we're entering a... You know what? We can test this. Yeah, okay, so right away we do this. Why are we not increasing indentation right away in enter? And the thing is, if this wasn't this, if this was a div, then this would indent correctly. Oh, that's so annoying. Although, this is defining how much should we need to indent. Yeah, they're not self-closing. They are void tags. A self-closing tag would be this. This is a self-closing tag. These things don't exist in HTML. Void tags don't have a self-closing slash. I know that if you're not familiar with the spec, then these things are kind of the same thing in your mind, and like I totally get it. But I had to go through, well, the whole fucking thing, and yeah, those things are different and problematic, and everybody fucks it up. Which, you know, it's fine if you're like a normal user and like you mess it up sometimes, fine. But even authors of documentation, like even the MDN tells you that you should self-close void tags, which is stupid. So self-closing, by the way, is doesn't exist in Super HTML. HTML elements can't self-close. Okay, I'll say one last thing. It's weird. Then I'm gonna stop. Here's why I don't allow it. So let's say that you have a BR. BR is a void tag, and you self-close it. Not the end of the world. The meaning doesn't change. But now if you think that self-closing actually exists and does something in HTML, then next thing you will think is that you can do this. Create like a self-closing div or like a self-closing li. Guess what? No, this doesn't work. Browsers are instructed to ignore the self-closing slash. So this li, it's actually not closed. It's still open. Here, this is the body of the li. And now couple that with the fact that you also in HTML can omit closing tags, like an li element can omit its closing tag. So if you do this, you are basically creating a second li element down here. So long story short, these things combine to create the weirdest fucking problems, and for no good reason. So all this stuff is not allowed in Super HTML. Okay, I think I see the problem. Here we are increasing indentation if it's an element, but if it's a void element, we don't increase the indentation. That is the problem. So the problem though is that, guess what? If we do increase the indentation, I believe that we don't do exiting for void elements. Do we do anything on exiting for void elements? If it's an element, we do exit on the element itself. If it's void, oh no, we do exit on element void. Wait, no, we don't do it on ourselves, do we? So yeah, we immediately move to the next element. And we and then we exit. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would say that if we are printing attributes and we're inside a void element or a self-closing one, we straight up do a +1 in the indentation. So let's see, right bracket, retokenizing, tag name. New line, indentation spaces, print the thing, rinse and repeat. Void self-closing, I think dog type is another one. I don't know. Is it a U32? What even is indentation? Yeah, it's a U32. Okay, great. Okay, I think this is literally it. This still works. Okay, solved. Okay. Well, that was it. Maybe we should also run tests. Confirm that we didn't regress anything. Okay, we're good. Okay, so latest tag is 0.5.0. Guess we can do 0.5.1. Ooh, what's in there? Oh, well, nothing major. Not important. Although, you know what? RM. Oh, dash D. Did I push this tag? I did. Yeah, let's tag this one, this latest commit to 0.1. Okay. Okay, next is there's a zine directly in here. What the fuck? What are you doing in here? What? Build a release. Actually, you know what? To release, let's add WebAssembly. So yeah, these are my targets. And then we also want WASM. What do we do with WASM? I guess we copy this and then we make our own thing for WASM. Resolve target query T. I don't think we need this. I think we can R-code this. Although, wait. Yeah, I probably want to do this. Or, you know what? Wait. Do we have... So that wasn't step. I guess we kind of want this. It. Okay, let's see if it works. Yeah, we're also building WASI. Let's go. Oh, is there a version that we need to bump somewhere? No. Okay. Okay, perfect. So... Oh, no. Well, right. CD release. Oh, this is one of those gnarly find things. Okay, new release now. Did everything go well in here? Yeah. that's pretty much it. Maybe we should call it wasn't Wazi LSP. Yeah, LSP only. I like this. Okay, so we have that. Now, we want to copy release wasm wazi into editors VS Code. No. VS Code, VS Code, VS Code. Wasm. Package to JSON. Right. This thing is out of sync with the other one. Oh well. I think there's something else that we need to fix, but I forget what it is. Maybe not. Maybe this was just it. VSC package. Well, seems that we're good. Loading identity providers. Oh, we succeeded. Update. Waiting for the verifying thing to go away so that we can confirm that the new version of everything is up. Still verifying. God damn it, man. Okay, we succeeded. So I think that this was it for me. I think I'm happy with what we did today. So I'm gonna take a break. And yeah, this was a nice day of work. 7 hour stream. Did some stuff. So thank you all for hanging out. Let me see if anybody is streaming Zig, and I'll send you to them. Primeagen is doing Advent of Code in Elixir. Okay. Golang. I am not sending anybody anymore to any Golang stream until everybody in until Go people understand that they have exceptions. That's it. So you know what? I think this might be it. Let me just double check that I'm not missing anybody in the Z community, but that does not seem to be the case. So